Planning Committee, Komiti Whakariti Mahi on this day, 30th of November. So welcome to the Mayor, the councillors, the Independent Māori Statutory Board members with us today, forming part of this committee, to members of the public and all those that might be tuning in via streaming. I will member Glenn Wilcox, Independent Māori Statutory Board member Glenn Wilcox, who is standing in as an alternate today for members Wilson and Henare. Welcome, Glenn. And I will now go to the governance advisor, Sandra O'Toole, to take the roll call and outline the protocol. Sandra.
Thank you, Chair. Tamarie. Members will do the roll call now. Councillor Bartley is going to be late. Councillor Casey.
Morena, Sandra. Sorry, I was a wee bit late.
Morena. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Order.
Councillor Collins is going to be late. Councillor Coombe. Cooper is going to be late as well. Councillor Dalton. Councillor Filipina.
Morning, Sandra. Love the hairstyles.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Henderson.
Morena koutou.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, I'm here. I think some councillors are having issues. They're here, but they can't speak. So I know Angela and Pippa is and a couple of others. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Mulholland. I saw Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, Sandra. I'm online. I also am going to just stay off the video because I'm getting bad coverage. I just want to protect the bandwidth.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Good morning, Sandra. Thank you.
Morning. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Councillor Walker.
Good morning.
Councillor Watson.
Ohio gozaimasu.
Councillor Young. It's me, member Glenn Wilcox, as the alternate today. I did see member Wilcox.
Kei konei aho.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sandra. I'm online now. I just had some technology problems.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
And good morning from
Angela too.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Members, as we're on Teams today, please feel free to use your camera when speaking. It makes a better viewing experience for everyone. Please ensure that your microphone is off when you're not speaking. Please indicate in the chat bar today if you reminder that the chat bar should not be used for debate or conversation as it is the subject of Lagoima. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Sandra. And members, I'll go to item 1, which is apologies. I've received an apology for absence from member Tau Henare and member Karen Wilson, and for lateness, Deputy Chair Councillor Josephine Bartley, and lateness on council business from Councillor Linda Cooper. And I will take that as the apologies unless I hear.
Greg Sayers, just at around 12 o'clock I need to make a call online for about an hour, so I'll just be out of the meeting if we've not broken for lunch at that time at noon.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sayers. We'll note that at the time, and if you could let the governance advisor know when you depart. Thank you. I will move accordingly. The motion's on the screen that we accept those apologies as noted. Can I take a second, please? Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. The motion is before us. All those in favour say aye.
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 To the contrary, say no. And that motion is carried. Which takes us to item 2, declarations of interest for any item on the agenda today. There being none, we will pass that and go to item 3, which is confirming the minutes of 4 November. And the motion's on the screen. I will move accordingly. Do I have a second, please?
Second, Paul Young.
Councillor Young. Thank you, Councillor Young. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Item 4 is petitions. There are no. So we proceed to item 5, public input. 3 requests have been made of me and the committee to be heard, and they are the Herne Bay Residents Association to discuss residential developments encroaching on. There's also the Herne Bay Residents Association on helicopter noise and some other matters. Now, they are 2 different presenters from the same organisation, and the third presentation is again on helicopter noise and associated environmental effects, and that's from an individual, and that's Eleanor Keith. And members, there are a number of presentations that you can see on Nexus, if you have not already noticed. So there's a presentation from Don Matheson, Dirk Huddig, and Eleanor Keith on Nexus for you to follow. We'll now go to Don. I think you're with us already.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Got a delightful background there, Don. I can only imagine that's what you're going to be talking about.
Yes, that's correct.
And Don, I'll hand to you, and you've got 5 minutes for your presentation and questions. In your good hands, Don.
Thank you very much. I'll just try and share my screen here. So you should be able to see a PowerPoint.
We can.
Is that correct?
It's with us now.
Right, so this is Herne Bay Beach. It's one of several beaches along that little north-facing peninsula. For a few years ago, and you can see people are enjoying the beach. So what sort of raised our attention to this was as a resource consent application from 67 Argyle Street, which has riparian rights down to that beach, based on a survey of the mean high water springs, which was done in 1891. The sanding of the Herne Bay beaches formed a part of a wider project to resand Mission Bay and other bays all around Auckland after storm. Sand on some beaches that had never had sand. So they did Herne Bay, Sentinel, and some Hamilton Road beaches. I believe it was a part of a project of 7.74 million paid for by the council, which I believe that's for the whole project. With the original meeting minutes and so on as to the reasons why they were sanding the beach. And the rationale was to provide the amenity of an all-tide dry beach for recreation purposes. If you look at the picture, you can see that people are bathing or sunbathing on the dry area of the beach. So they wanted to make that available to the public, which, given the sea levels at the time, at tides. So the report shows that by putting a certain amount of sand on the beach, they are going to be able to raise So beach level by 0.6 to 0.8 metres. And that's all the way along the shoreline, and the minutes of the meeting state that this is a cut out from metres increase in elevation along the shoreline, and they thought that would be sufficient to maintain a dry beach for the majority of tidal conditions, assuming a uniform 5-metre wide beach crest. The sand volume required would be required. Although that's a relatively narrow beach, the adjacent reserve is relatively open with trees and seating. There's a toilet block situated at the base, and the beach would provide an all-tide dry beach for passive recreation and protect the existing seawalls and currently unprotected areas of the bay. So for the protection of the seawalls and the provision of a dry area for the public amenity. 67 Argyle Street to build a boathouse on the beach on an area which has been sanded by the council. The application boundary for the building is based on the mean high water springs, and that has moved, we will, that it might have moved from the original survey because of the additional height of the sand. And so that means that if you have a look in this diagram here, I don't know if you can see the mouse moving, but the red mark is a very little primitive mark that I've put roughly indicating where the original 18 whatever, and I've just quickly overlaid a diagram of the beach house as it's been submitted over the top of that, and you can see it extends quite a lot into the actual public area of the beach. We're concerned riparian rights along the beach is areas that have been resanded. So this is one part of it, but we believe the impact would be much greater in other parts. But it raises a big question: is that was this? We're presuming this sanding the beach that the property owners would get larger properties. So we're concerned that it could be done all the way along the beach and make those extra parts of the beach effectively privately owned. So here's an example of the where the sanding has occurred, and you can see there's quite a lot of erosion on the tree, and the sand is protecting the tree. The sanding is protecting the tree. The application's based on the mean high water having moved by council sanding. I've said. So what we'd like to know is, does the changing of the mean high water springs mark provide extra land for the applicant? And does the fact that the mean high water springs mark was changed by a man-made action change this? And does the fact that the boundary the owner from seeking additional land because the mean high water springs has changed? There may be other legal issues, such as perhaps the use of council-owned sand. I'm not a lawyer, but there may be other issues. There's one there. So what we're really asking is before a decision is made to avoid this and larger portions of the dry beach area being privatised. You can see here on their application, they've noted that they believe, because they haven't fully defined where they believe that the litter line on the beach becomes the new mean high water springs mark. So on this diagram or photo here, I've marked where the litter line is, and you can see all the people effectively bathing on areas which could be built on by people extending their boat sheds. day. So here along the beach there's quite a few boat sheds like this. And you can see that if each one of them was to extend out to where they're 0.8 meters below, they could extend their boat shed out quite a lot. And this is direction. You can see a seawall that's been built to protect the banks, and owners of property on what's currently public land, but may be defined. This is just a plan that was submitted with the application. Note in here that the mean high water springs boundary is approximately determined it in what would sound to me to be a legal manner. They've really just interpreted what information that they have, and this is where we think that there should be some investigation. So you can see here that I think the original line is this little blue. Where is it? It's a bit tricky because of the colours, but anyway, that plan is available if anyone wants to have a look at it. So yeah, that's the end of my slideshow.
Thanks, Don. Now, I just need to check the status of this application. Megan is with us. Megan, before we delve into questions, I just need to check the status of this application. If we're in a regulatory process, I just need to caution members. So, Megan, do you know the status of this application?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, to be honest, I don't know the exact nature of it or status. I do believe it has not yet, the decision has not yet been made on it. That's probably all I know. I'm happy to try and get some information quickly for you now, but I think you're absolutely right in the sense that this is ultimately a matter of resource consent application, and it's not something that the planning committee can kind of decide on or direct appropriately at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Megan. So, members, if we could just be mindful that there is a process that's underway under the RMA that is treating with this. Can I just come back to you, Don? This evidence you have, this information, have you had it checked by the association's legal representative or your planning expert? And have you submitted so to the process?
We have made some email submissions to the planner involved, who sent us the information which I presented to you. All those plans come from the actual application. We do believe, however, that at this minute the application is on hold. Is that right, Dirk? Nod your head if I'm correct.
It's an affirmative from Dirk. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. It's on hold at the moment. Look, I'll take questions, Don, and thank you for this information. We'll make sure this information does go through to the respective teams and have be mindful that there is a regulatory process underway.
Sure. First, interfere with the process that's underway. But my question goes like this. There are quite a number of areas applies. I'd suggest that there's a general lack of awareness on the part of the community around the process of arriving at mean high water springs, and that's on the basis of a similar issue that I faced on the. So my question goes to officers, and that is around pulling something together that describes the process, sets it in some context, particularly as it goes to sea level rise and storm surge, coastal area. and I'm mindful that our process of climate change adaptation as it goes to the coastline is still in an early phase. The first compartment was whangapraoa that I'm certainly familiar with. So this is available to the community at large at this point. And given that I would suggest there's some urgency around this issue, how quickly can we pull something together, Mr. Chair?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Director of Strategy. Megan, are you able to address that, please?
Springs is a measurement in an area that is constantly moving, and I don't mean to say that in a pun, but obviously it's a natural environment, and so there are a number of different ways to measure mean high water springs, and certainly in the unitary plan. Or take a view that there is, at the very least, matters of average tidal heights and things like that to be considered. The Ministry for the Environment and Land Information New Zealand has also got advice on this matter. So look, it's not an easy one to just have a black and white definition or perhaps even way of measuring. However, both this council and other councils in New Zealand have been needing to deal with this for some time, and so that is the purpose of the consenting process in particular, to consider the most appropriate way of determining mean high water springs. Of course, the other really important correlation here is to the site boundary, and some of the very old property boundaries go right into the sea, or even to mean high water springs. Others are much further away. So there is that correlation about whether I believe there is any work that staff could do to try and clarify this. I hesitate to say I don't really think there is. This is just a natural need for us to look at the environments these things sit in. There is. I don't really think there's anything more we can clarify. Unfortunately, we will use the resource consent application process to make those kind of determinations.
Thank you, Megan. Councillor Walker, did you have a second question?
Sure. I've had some direct experience of this in the past, and there are ways to actually and the like.
I really need a question, please, Councillor.
So my question is it possible to have some guidance for people in the community work? Because there are significant resources as a community available, but that need to have some advice as to how to go about it. So I just put that question to you.
Now, Megan, I think you may have addressed that question. You're saying that the information is available. Do you just want to reiterate those points again, please?
Yes, so in the definition in the unitary plan of mean high water springs, there is a measurement there. It also references Ministry for the Environment and Land Information New Zealand, and there are some additional methods of measurement. But again, all I say about, and also the natural environment in which any kind of application or development occurs. And so that's where there is absolutely advice there, but that is where an application process is the best way to work through what that might look like at any particular point in time.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
No, I need Councillor Fletcher, and then we will go to the next presentation. Councillor Coombe, please.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair, e mihi ana ki a koutou. Kia ora, Don, and thank you for that presentation and all that research. As always, you've really got a lot of evidence put together there. My question is really by way of an update, just to confirm we're all on the same page, because I think application is that it was lodged but placed on immediate suspension by the applicant, and so as a result, no further work was being undertaken by council. So they're just sitting on the application. But once it comes off suspension, and this update was in October, which is the applicant's control, then a full analysis will be undertaken by relevant experts that will include consideration of any recent correspondence. So I think that's kind of the answer to the question about how this is going to be evaluated, and this might be an opportunity. I know you just to clarify what your concern is. Also, just to note that the local board has given input asking that the applicant the site visit and your analysis. So thank you for that. But I just wondered, through you, Mr. Chair, whether Don just wants to clarify that we're all on the same page about the status of the application, and just to confirm exactly what the issue is. I know that Don's put that in the sidebar, but perhaps just do you want to respond, Don?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Don, I will go to you. So we don't have anybody from regulatory with us. I'm sure Councillor Cooper doesn't even know the status of these things. So look, we'll take it from you, Don, because you've been asked to respond, but it's not the council. We can't give a council confirmation of it because we just don't.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I've given the update on where it's at. We don't need that further clarification.
Need that not from an elected member, because you could be incorrect, and this is dangerous when elected members hold out the council point of view. Now, you may have an email that you're reading from, but that's where we do rely on the regulatory staff, and they're not on this call. So Don, what's your take on it?
Our concern really is not really with identifying where mean high water springs is. It's whether or not a private landowner can take advantage of the extra sand that's been put on the, because as an unintended consequence lowers the mean high water springs and theoretically increases the area of their property. That's our issue, is protecting the investment that the council's made and the amenity that's been created by the council's investment in the sand. We don't believe it should be used then for members of the property owners or to extend their
clarification. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Kia ora, Mr. Matheson. To a degree, Councillor Coombs, I was going to ask you to make clear your point of where your concern is, but what I note and what I'd be curious to know from you is that any kind of legal advocacy incredibly difficult and expensive, and this just doesn't relate to your area. David and Goliath spring to mind, but I would be curious to know just how, as an organisation, what's entailed in terms of fundraising, the advocacy to protect the public good, because it's not just the Herne Bay residents that use these beaches. It's the one on how difficult it is to be a champion and advocate, if you like, in terms of the protection of the public good.
It's very difficult. Everybody that we talk to is always outraged by these things, but when it comes to them providing some funding, it's very difficult to get. To use the legal means that are available, rather than, that's our approach, rather than protesting or being general PIAs. So it costs a lot of money. If we wanted to get an opinion from a surveyor, probably cost us 10 grand. And if we were to raise a court, some kind of court action, it would be another 10, 20, 30,000. The boat shed down the road that wanted the helicopter were over 100,000. and you enter into these things not knowing if you're going to win or lose. It's winner takes all. It's a high court action. It's very difficult, and we'd like some method that was a little bit more grassroots at the planning department at the council, that they could look at these things before they become a fait accompli and then require huge amounts of money to.
Like, yeah, it's very helpful. So what you're bringing to us today is that you don't want to see advantage being taken by the sanding, but also you're wanting council to be somewhat more proactive because of the cost to your community by constantly having to be vigilant on these sorts of issues. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm just really trying to understand the message you
appreciate if there was something that could prevent the sort of rearguard action that we have to follow up on, which by the time we can, it's very expensive and favoured in the applicant, because it's a problem for the council after something's been issued and want the council to sort it. The council's got a three-way fight with us, if you consider us opponents, or maybe we're on your side, but then you've got the applicant who's disgruntled that they may lose their consent, and well, who's got the most amount of money here, and it's the applicant, and so they'll possibly maybe take the easier way out and just sit with the applicant, because they put up.
Thank you for your
the screen there, Megan. This will be referred to both plans and places and regulatory. Can you just give me some feedback on how you take this information?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, look, happy to do so. Obviously, we will refer it to both the policy side and the consenting side, but knowing, of course, the consent process will go through. Mr. Matheson knows, so that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the screen there. Can I have a mover, please? In a second. Okay, I'll move.
I'd like to second. Thank you.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
Aye.
Declare that carried. Thank you, Don. And now we go to Dirk Hudig, and Dirk's also from the Herne Bay Residents Association, and we're coming off the beach with helicopters. So Dirk, 5 minutes for your presentation and questions. In your hands, Dirk. Still muted. We've still got you muted. If you're on Teams, if you go to the top right, and you'll see the red leave symbol, and go 2 to the left of that. Top right.
Thank you very much. Sandra, if we could go to page 2 of the presentation, please. Thank you. I'll just read this out, and then I'll make some comments on this page, and then the same for the next page. Consented with only very limited notification. We at Herne Bay Residents Association received more complaints about helicopters than any other issue. In fact, more than all other issues combined. Under the Union, applications are made under the noise issues in the New Zealand standards for noise and vibration, and the unitary plan. Helicopter noise is highly intrusive. The immediate neighbours are generally asked to sign off on excessive noise, yet people further away tell us they can't talk on the phone or carry on a conversation during the landing and takeoff manoeuvres. We do not consider this to be an issue of being less than minor. The noise impacts on quiet enjoyment, this noise impacts on and then there is a cumulative effect of increasing movement numbers causing more noise. This does not seem to be a relevant issue in assessing helicopter applications, heliport applications. It should be a relevant consideration for consents. And just to give you an idea of what happens, let's say Herne Bay has 5 heliports, and it's only and most of these are given about 12 flights per week and no more than 3 per day. Now, so on any given day, if you do 3, that's 3 landings and 3 takeoffs. So it's actually 6 movements. So you could get 30 separate movements per day from just these 5 heliports. And that's highly intrusive for many in the vicinity. And during each of those movements. If we can now go to the second page, or third page, that would be appreciated, Sandra. There is an obsession with noise in the environmental effects reports. In 2 of the 3 heliport consents that exist in Herne Bay, in 2 cases there were no other effects that were not mentioned and not even considered. The heliport on Sentinel Point means helicopters fly over a public walkway and parts of the point. This area is popular for sunbathers and swimmers, and it's been known that towels and clothing have been uplifted in propeller wash, and some have ended up in the sea. In the case of the heliport at higher tides, and affects at least 1 neighbouring property where there have been complaints made. In the case of another heliport situated immediately next to the Cremorne Reserve, the AEE report with an application to substantially increase the number of flights makes no mention at all on the effects of the reserve, the beach, or the people using it. And the application is, we believe, currently on hold because a neighbour won't sign. Now, I'd just like to elaborate a bit more on that particular aspect of matters. Section E25.2 and in brackets 1, it says that people should be protected from unreasonable levels of vibration, and sign-off is required for those from those where the noise level exceeds the maximum. And in the case of the reserve, there is, as I said, there'll be no mention really of any effects on the reserve. And bear in mind, there's people there, and we're trying to protect people from excessive noise. There's certainly people using that reserve. We know that because we've been there. There's a beach at the bottom of it. The heliport, the reserve, and then the neighbour. The neighbour has excess noise and is being asked to sign off, and but the reserve gathers no mention. So it's our view that the council is responsible for reserves and for the coastal marine zone, and really the council should be standing up for the rights of people who use these areas. And if the council doesn't take up this mantle, then no one else will, because there's no one else to do it. The next issue that is relevant is that in Cremorne Street there are 2 heliports, and about 8 apart. Now, if one can call it, the shadow of the noise shadow, actually overlap. So in some cases, people are affected by both heliports, but none have been asked to sign off in some of those cases because each separate application noted only the people who are affected by that particular application, so that the people who are actually under the shadow of both, in fact, may not have ever been required to sign off. Was higher than permitted normally in the unitary plan. If you can now go to the next page, please. Without change, the numbers of heliports will continue to increase, and so will the issues. We don't believe heliports are suitable for residential areas, not just because of noise, but also because of other often overlooked effects. We request that the Council amends the unitary plan to either ban heliports in residential areas or reduces the acceptable noise levels within its city limit, or the city limits for them. And we'd be happy to assist and be part of a group which re-looked at the heliport issues with a view to an appropriate plan change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dirk. We'll take questions now. Megan, do you at this stage want to give us an update? I'm aware that helicopter issues are being raised in Herne Bay and Waiheke. Megan, do you want to just give us an update on the memo, which I understand is coming to Planning Committee members possibly in the next couple of days in response to helicopter issues, and whether that memo is not just in Waiheke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just go back slightly, just a couple of years ago. So in 2019, the committee asked us to do some work around the unitary plan provisions and how it deals with helicopter use. And so we did provide work to that. The conclusions were that the unitary plan does adequately provide for the consideration of helicopters, understanding that the members here don't want helicopters to be considered in certain areas. So I completely understand that position. But in terms of our regulatory role and our advice to you, that there are of helicopters. However, it's a long-standing concern for a number of residents, whether it's in the islands or on the coast of the mainland. And so the Waiheke local board in particular just recently have made some resolutions and have also going to circulate to the planning committee. I believe that is just a couple of days away. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite time it in time for this. I suspect, however, in terms of the members here this morning, it's not going to give them the answer they want in the sense of recommending banning or anything like that. But we consistently work with our regulatory counterparts in terms of the provisions of the plan and how that gets worked out in an application form. But as always, the resource consent application is a case-by-case assessment, and sometimes they're approved and sometimes they are not. So look, soon. However, I don't believe it's going to meet the needs of what you're hearing this morning in terms of a kind of a banning or more controls around these kinds of things. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Questions from members of the committee, please? Are there any? I can't quite see. How long does it take you to drive from Herne Bay to Mechanics Bay, a commercial heliport, or even the Rosedale heliport?
Well, Mechanics Bay, probably what, 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And Rosedale's probably maybe 15.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions there? Dirk, I think we've got this information. The councillors have read it prior to the meeting as well. You've presented well today. It is on our mind. I have raised this question of the activity status with both our Director of Strategy, Megan, who's just activity status for helicopter applications in residential zones is currently a non-complying activity. I've raised the question of whether that could possibly be a prohibited activity. But right now, I have to be really honest, our plans and places team, our strategy people are very, they are just socks worked off at the moment. and that has to be our priority. But look, we'll be issuing a memo very shortly to the Planning Committee and also the Waiheke Local Board. I think it's probably a couple of days away, and we'll association as well. Okay, I'll just do one last check. Thank you, Dirk. And
happy to second.
And okay, I've got a move. Is it from Councillor Fletcher? And Councillor Coombe is seconding the motion there. And again, that will be referred. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, Dirk. Now we'll go to Eleanor Keith, also in her own right, actually, and this is on helicopter noise and associated environmental effects. So welcome, Eleanor.
For the bit of warm welcome, Mayor Phil Goff, Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore, councillors, thank you for granting us the opportunity to speak. I'm a Westmere resident and I'm joined by Jeanette Budgett, who is actually going to speak on our behalf today. Jeanette.
Morning, everybody. I'm not quite sure who's controlling the images. Can you let me know whether it's you or me?
That's either in the hands of Sandra or Duncan. So once you see those images, just please speak as you would like, Jeanette. Just speak to the images as they pop up.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, everybody, again. We're here to support the Quiet Sky Initiative on Waiheke and the Herne Bay Residents Association speakers who preceded us. Specifically, we're here to comment on the proliferation of helicopters. Interested in the potential impacts on Westmere Peninsula and the apparent absence of clear AUP policy, which you've discussed this morning. We're delighted to hear that there is another memo coming out soon. The issue's been well laid out. 48 helipads on Waiheke, 4, I beg your pardon, maybe only 3. See this as the beginning of a wave of applications all around the harbour, and have some grave concerns for that. Next image, please. You'll be well versed in the adverse effects of helicopter and noise impacts on immediate neighbours, and of course, because these are applications for residential sites, they spill into public space. Because they're mostly in the coastal zone, they spill into the harbour, and the protection of the harbour is another. We don't see the harbour as a kind of an extended bit of city infrastructure like a motorway. We don't want to see the harbour as an aerial highway, and we don't see mudflats as passive wastelands. You know, they are not the empty receiving environment that planners like to talk about. These adverse effects kind of generate bigger questions, which you as council, of course, are dealing with all the time. How do we continue to improve urban livability and protect the environment? What sort of city do we want to face, and what sort of city do we want, in fact, in the face of a couple of very significant dramas? Intensification, it's already been mentioned today. You can see that Cox's Bay and Westmere have been upzoned. The orange biscuity areas have been significantly upzoned. We are lucky, this part of Auckland that was constructed just a few years ago, thanks to a lot of council help. And it stretches from Motions Creek all the way around to Cox's Bay. It's a low tide walk in Cox's Bay. The impacts of intensity and these this public amenity is significantly affected by helicopter use. Next slide, please. The other really big driver, of course, is climate change, which Council is only too aware of. They've put out this terrific document, Auckland's Climate Plan. In that document, it's like fundamental shifts to how we power personal travel. So we really just want to pose the question, do helicopters stack up in terms of these values? And they're clearly far less efficient than other modes of transport. They've been likened to super racing cars, and they don't stack up, I'm afraid. Final image, please. So to return to the memo that Megan Taylor mentioned, Councillor Tyler mentioned earlier, the one that was sent out in July by Phil. Phil Reid said the crux of the issue is the use of helicopters for private transport within urban residential environments. The memo asks some really relevant questions. What is the policy intent of Auckland's unitary plan? And helipads in residential environments, and if not, how can this be addressed? We really just want to reiterate these questions. This is, as far as we know, the last action that was taken. We hear another memo is coming. We're delighted to hear that. We finally request and urge to examine best international practice. Sydney, San Francisco and Melbourne have all addressed helicopter use in their residential zones. We ask Council to consider appropriate non-residential locations for public heliports to meet what is clearly a growing public demand. We would ask Council to make helicopters for personal transport, ask them to require public notification for all applications. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jeanette and Eleanor. Now we will take some questions, Jeanette, for you and Eleanor, starting with Councillor.
Tēnā kouroua, Jeanette and Elena. Thank you for coming along as well with Dirk to present on the helicopter issue. It might be useful through the chair just to confirm the latest action is more current than 2019 in terms of the presentation that we received in early August, and also the chair mentioned before around the memo that we're waiting on. But I just wondered if through you, Mr. Chair, we could just get an update from Megan about the current application in Westmere that has caused a lot of the concerns as well around the helicopter issue. That might be useful, but just thank you for your in terms of how the Wiona Westmere walkway was achieved, all through your efforts.
And
so
yours.
Thank you. So yeah, just that partai to Megan, just for
Megan, I'm not sure, are you in a position, have you checked with regulatory
update
on?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, look, I'm sorry, I don't have a recent update. I'm happy to provide that to the committee, perhaps by email when I can do that, but I'm not in a position to be able to answer that right now.
Looks probably a couple of applications there.
Just
we just have an update on status on the two applications that have been referred to. This one, Rowaney, and the one earlier that Don was referring to. Okay. Other questions, members? Councillor Coombe, were there other questions from you?
No, that's just that's in the process to decide whether it's going to be notified or not. That's just where it's at.
Yep. Yeah, your audio's breaking up also, Councillor, but I think we got all of that. Okay, are there other questions of Jeanette and her great presentation and issue, Jeanette and Eleanor? We're definitely thinking about it, and there are discussions, myself and others, with our Plans and Places team and Megan as our Chief of Strategy. So look, I can't say much more at the moment, but there will be your way as well.
Thank
Would
you.
somebody like?
Can
Sorry,
I just ask one question? That memo is not for public release. It's a council document, or can it be shared with members or guests of this meeting?
No, it can be shared. Once it's not a confidential document. It comes to the planning committee for the members' information. Yep. It will also go to the Waiaki local board. In this instance, we'll probably make sure it goes through to the Waitemata local board as well, and we'll get a copy to Herne Bay Residents Association and yourselves, representing more the Westmere residents.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Good. Can I have a mover, please, to receive this information and thank?
I'd like to move. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Papacoom. Do I have a second, please? I'll second then, and we'll make sure again those presentations. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no, and declare that carried. So thank you both, all of Don, Dirk, Eleanor, Jeanette, for your tremendous work and the presentations, the time you put into those presentations, and your appearance here today in front of the planning committee. So very, very grateful. We'll move now past the public input to local board input at item 6. There is none. There's nothing that's been brought to my attention under extraordinary items. So we'll now go to item 8. Now, item 8, members, is on page 13 of the agenda. You'll recall that we approved the refreshed City Centre Master Plan in 2020. We're now somewhere along the path of the implementation of that plan, and staff from across the council and the group have looked at a number of options to look at how we get to the pointy end of implementation and the leadership of the placemaking plans that we intend to be putting in place for the city centre to deliver on that master plan. Now, we've got Barry Potter with us, who has been leading this work and the change management there, and Ian Wheeler from Eke Panuku. Just to be clear, this item is not about the budgets or the program in its detail. It's about the structure we're changing or likely to change to implement those budgets and programs. That is a separate conversation. So I will now hand to Barry Potter, Director of Infrastructure and Environment, to introduce the item, supported by Ian Wheeler, Chief Operating Officer at Eke Panuku. We've also got in attendance David Rankin, Chief Executive of Eke Panuku, Andrew Allen from Auckland Transport. You get to get a sense of the integration and collaboration that's gone into this. And Noah Maffett, also, he's from Auckland Unlimited. So welcome, Barry, and I will now hand to you, Barry.
Thank you, Chair Darby, and kia ora tātou. Look, I'll just speak very briefly to the paper. We don't have a presentation. Hopefully it stands pretty much on its own. And then Ian Wheeler will follow up with a few comments after me. Just a little bit of background of this. The last 3 to 4 years, as we're all aware, has seen considerable investment in the implementation of the City Centre Master Plan. And some of those drivers, of course, 2021 was going to be our big year, or the America's Cup, APEC and so on and so forth. It's changed a little bit, of course, but also the City Rail Link. And we're all aware, I think, of those projects, and they have been very successful indeed. And the success of those has really been achieved through the high levels of collaboration between Council, Eke Panuku, Auckland Transport and Auckland Unlimited through the life of those works. Depending on which the project was. And now that we're entering into the next phase of the city centre master plan and moving more into the Midtown area, we felt as a group it's time to reflect and to look at how we're operating, how we might do things a bit differently, and just also to move. The centre's going through a few challenges at the moment, as we're all well aware, with COVID and also the disruption. What we as a group feel is that there are some things that could bring benefits to the way the City Centre Master Plan is delivered. One of those is just having that consistent leadership from the project focus we've had to deliver the works to that program focus. And so that's what we're bringing today for the committee's consideration. We feel that leadership naturally falls under Eke Panuku and their role as their urban renewal role, and it brings these works alongside the program. It's also this brings it into alignment with the recommendations of the of the CCO review about having one entity providing clear leadership for different programs and works. Now, what we're proposing here doesn't involve any major organisational structural change. There's nothing like that here. Through the teams who are doing those works on that collaborative approach that we've used on all the works to date. But it does bring Eke Panuku in there to provide that overarching leadership on the project. That collaboration will continue between Eke Panuku, Council, Auckland Transport and Auckland Unlimited. Some of the things that we really think this would bring, it would bring works, it would bring a stronger integrated approach and a more place-based approach to the program, and it would also build on that trust and confidence in the council group, we believe. So Eke Panuku looking to appoint a program director, and this transition will happen over the next period of Chair Darby, I think that Ian Wheeler might have a couple of comments just about the mechanics of that as well.
Absolutely. Thanks, Barry. And over to you, Ian.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. I think Barry's covered it. A few additional points. We all understand and recognise the critical and important role of the city centre, the role that's played in the past and the role that it will play in the future. Both for the Auckland region, but for New Zealand as a whole. It's a really it's an economic heart. It's home to more and more residents. It's got a strong cultural and arts sector. It's a big learning and education sector with the universities, key transport and recreation and tourism, which is a key part of the city centre as well. So it's an essential and critical part of our overall region and country. Obviously, it's faced a number of big challenges. We're well aware of those around the growth of the city, the infrastructure to support that growth. We travel and move through and around the city centre is another key thing, and big changes afoot on that front. And of course, the pandemic and the impact that that's had over the last 2 years. And those things all really reinforce the need for us as a council group to have a clear lead agency and clear leadership around the city centre, and for a really strong, joined up approach placed to deal with these challenges and effectively play our role to achieve the aspiration and the vision covered in the City Centre Master Plan 2020. Assuming the endorsement today of the committee, As Barry said, over the next 6 to 9 months, we will implement this change, but working strongly on the principle that we will maintain momentum for the city centre. We'll be looking for a key leadership role as a priority location director or program director for the city centre. In parallel with that, we will just kick off a discovery and establishment phase around exactly what everyone's doing and who is doing that, so we can properly scope up the change next 6 months or so. They will all shape up into strong governance across the council group and how that feeds into our respective boards and organisations, how we make decisions across the group, obviously establishing a dedicated matrix team from staff, using all our staff and their expertise and a humming dedicated council team that's focused on the city centre and what's best for the city centre. And finally, pulling that all together by the middle of next year and sort of working that out over the balance of that year, what we call a program business case, which will set in place the plan, one plan around how we implement years ahead of us and address the challenges that we've already talked about. So that's really all I wanted to say, Chair, in terms of words of introduction. And I would also just note, and I assume you will cover that, the discussion at the Auckland City Centre Advisory Board recently.
Yes. Now, even job necessarily to report their resolution, but Barry, do you have the resolution in front of you, Barry?
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, I don't have it. I wasn't there yesterday that I was unable to make it.
Yeah, it was discussed under extraordinary business and they passed a resolution unanimously in support of this direction. Sandra, do you have the resolution there just to confirm for the...
Yes, I do.
While we're waiting for that,
please, and I'll pop it up for you.
We'll pop it up shortly. Other contributors to this new integrated group led by Ike Panuku are Auckland Transport and Auckland Unlimited. Andrew Allen, if there's anything you'd like to say, you've been part of this journey over the last few months. You would like to say, and then Noah Maffett, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, nothing in particular. I think the other two presenters have covered all of the detail, but I'm really looking forward to being able to lift the bar of the game in terms of delivery of city centre outcomes with the team that's presenting today.
Thank you, Andrew. And Noah, if you're with us, feel free. No, I don't think Noah's managed to join us this morning, but Auckland Unlimited, Auckland Transport, Development Program Office, all of Barry's team and Eke Panuku have been working this up over the last couple of months. So that's how it's got here. That's who's involved, has been involved, and that's who will be involved going forward as well. So are there questions, please, members? Now I just need to go down the list here. I think
it was actually Councillor Walker was before me.
I'll go with you. I've got you now, so I'll go with your question, and then we'll go back to Councillor Walker.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Morena Koto. Very happy to support that. And great to see that heads have been banged together for a solution and a proposal for a lead agency. One of my questions has been answered around the ACAB response, so that's great. The second, well, there's two related partai. One is around centre is their front doorstep in a way, particularly Waiheke. So just would like confirmation around how their views are going to be captured or how they're going to be brought into this kind of collaborative approach with the lead agency. And related to that is a specific issue that has never really been properly addressed, that we can finally nail it, and that is around the accessibility of the whole downtown, the integration of, you've got the new ferry piers, you've got the new bus interchange, you've got CRL opening, but there's been no plan around accessibility between the different modes, getting between the issue for accessibility, and accessibility in terms of particularly those with disabilities or just not being able to walk those distances. So I don't think there's been lots of goodwill, confirmation that that's going to be an issue on the list of things that Eke Panuku will take up.
Barry, I might have to pass to you. We are essentially talking about the structure here, the lead agency. And Barry, my understanding is that all the bodies of work that have been agreed to are carried over.
Two questions there. First one, engagement with local boards. Yes, that's happening. So working through that process. In terms of access to the city centre, Andrew, Ellen might want to comment on it, but a key part of this program, of course, is access for everyone. And Andrew, whether you want to comment particularly about that, but that access for the city centre and how you move around is a key consideration.
Through the chair, absolutely, Barry. Look, I didn't want to get into a lot of detail, but I think to answer the councillor's question, absolutely, accessibility issues between modes in the downtown area would need to be part of what we look at as a subset of the larger access for everyone piece. But the council family, we need to own that and get on with it. So it's on the agenda, to answer your question, councillor.
Great, thank you. I think we might be talking about accessibility in two different ways, but let's make sure that we don't lose track of that. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you, councillor. Now, councillor Walker, please.
Sure, just got a question around process around this issue. And the reason I ask that is the track record to date in parts of the centre city is pretty abysmal. We know there are issues and obviously significant interest. So did you consider having a workshop on this?
Are you asking that of me or our...
I'm asking it of officers. The assumption is
okay. I'll go to Barry Potter, please.
Reporting on this process.
Sure. In terms of that, this has been, there have been workshops, but through the officers, the key consideration here that officers had was how to pull together better the program. Happened between officers right across the group because the whole group has been involved in the program, the projects to date. So parties involved in those are Auckland Unlimited, Eke Panuku, AT and Council, of course.
Thank you, Barry.
The other question I've got just goes to there isn't a great deal of information in that in the report as to how it would work. Would I be making the assumption under the Auckland Development Office? Is that a fair assumption or what? Because I actually can't read into option 1 because it's almost, well, there isn't much there in terms of any contestable advice. So could you fill me in there, Barry?
Through the chair, yes. Option 1 is that the player lead, but the difference between the two is that that would be a continuation of how it has been run to date. And we look at those entities. AT have led projects. Eke Panuku have led projects or programs such as the Wynyard Quarter. Council has led projects such as Federal Street and Myers Park and Ellen Melville and so on and so forth. It would continue that process where different parts of the group would lead different projects. The intention here is to pull it all together closer under one. Is Eke Panuku under their urban renewal responsibilities. So that's the difference between the two.
Thanks. I'll reserve my right to speak.
I think you're on mute, Chair.
Fletcher is with the next question. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. Mine just sort of perhaps follows on from that. If you were to look, as I've done in the past, at the most logical CCO, it would be Auckland Transport. Can you tell me whether or not you gave consideration? I mean, in terms of accountability, but why not Auckland Transport? Barry, do you want to respond to that, please?
Barry.
Through Chair, yes, Councillor Fletcher. It is what the outcome is we're trying to achieve. If it's through Auckland Transport, then that brings that transport. If we're trying to achieve that placemaking, that more urban renewal, a place for people to gather, then that's naturally the role of Eke Panuku. So it's what is the focus that we want there. Eke Panuku, of course, do urban renewal. They've been very successful in the Wynyard Quarter. That's and using the skills that they have to give it that focus, rather than kind of. Sure. Ian.
So you've taken the view that it's more about placemaking than transport. Some of us might believe that the prioritisation should be transport by foot, footpaths, and but one of the biggest challenges is getting that connectivity, and my fear is that could get lost in terms of the way you've put forward the recommendations. Do you want to comment further on that?
Maybe I can comment, Councillor Fletcher. Just in terms of transport will be and play a pivotal role in the city centre, and we work closely with them in a range of different town centres across the region, and that integration between transport and land use is obviously fundamental to the success of our city. So how we travel will be a key part of it. We tend to have, as Barry said, a regeneration approach. That's our approach. We have a place-based approach, so we think about the places we work in as a place, and we think about all the dimensions of that place to make great places for people to live and work and play. So and components of that, so they all fit in with that. We'll be thinking about the commercial side of it and the property development side. We'll be thinking about the public realm. We'll be thinking about the placemaking activities and our engagement with the community. And through all of that as well, great design, sustainability, local economic development, how we work with Maori and mana whenua. So the place and pull that together. That'll be our kind of lead conductor role.
Thank you for that, Ian. And I don't want to get into debate now because I would like to be able to comment later. But in actual fact, Panuku don't have a lot of property in the downtown, but I mean, all of these things. Did you give, before you came to us with these recommendations, did you give any consideration to Auckland Transport at any time as you went through your evaluations? Was that a consideration at all?
No, we didn't. Over the last couple of months. I mean, Andrew might want to comment about that too in terms of what you're asking, but no, we didn't contemplate that specifically recently, no.
Andrew, can I pass it to you? You're going to be part of this integrated team. It's going to have Eke Panuku at the lead. It's not exclusively them. There are some mics on there feeding of Auckland Transport's view of this integrated unit led by Eke Panuku.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. I think to speak to the councillor's question, Ian has kind of laid out the rationale which we all of us who've been workshopping this over the past few months subscribe to. To treat the city as a place as something quite unique to the capability that Eke Panuku hold. But I did want to really emphasise that from a transport perspective, this doesn't. We are wholly wed to being part of the matrix team that Ian has referred to previously, and we bring all of the transport. It's just that we're not leading, and I guess the consideration from our perspective is I don't know that transport should be the lead agency for the development of a city centre as a real place that's inviting and encouraging for people to come to, dwell in, work in, play in. So I feel like this in no way dilutes or undermines the of progressing towards the outcomes sought through the city centre master plan. It's just how we believe we need to organise ourselves to give us a better chance of telling the bigger and the whole picture and story.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I think I've got Councillor Hills next. Councillor Hills.
I think Andrew actually just answered my questions around whether everyone was on board with this, and it sounds like they are. I guess my high-level sort of question maybe for Ian is, just as we go forward, we have seen fantastic spaces from Wynyard to Quay Street to Te Wānanga. How do we ensure that from now we've got that collective one voice? And is that what this is, that we have one place of contact, we have the clear vision? Because I know that trying to get issues, say bollards or rubbish or things fixed or seats or something, it's like not really knowing who to go to. Is this what this you're trying to do, is have a streamlined approach where you'll be the one going to Auckland Transport or community facilities about the toilets or something? Is that sort of you'll be able to spread your wings throughout a project and after the project individually? Is that sort of what your aim is?
Yeah, I think in terms of council group is what we want to do. The success of the city centre will be completely reliant on all of the council group playing its part. We talk about it as a conductor rather than a commander, how we lead that overall, but everyone needs to play their part and play their part effectively, right down to emptying the rubbish bins and keeping the streets clean and dealing with all of those issues. So that's something we will still rely on the council group to be doing, but we'll have a clear lead in place for the strategy and the plan and how we make decisions. Centre.
And I don't know who this is a question for, maybe also you, Ian, but how do you see, will you be sort of taking over the responsibility of kaitiaki for the projects that have been completed, not just the projects going forward, and how they interconnect and are managed from that arise? Or is it just looking forward to new projects like the linear park and different things? Or is it sort of, that's where I'm, there's a bit of overlap between looking after, whether it's a dead tree or something that needs to be moved or whatever. Is that the role, or is it just about development going forward?
Establishment phase, we'll look at everything that's happened and what's underway and what's planned, and then work out the best way to shape that up from a governance point of view and how we work and lead that from a group perspective. So, sorry, I can't answer the specifics, but we're obviously need to understand what's gone before, what's on at the moment, and where we're heading.
And the last question, just how will the mana whenua approach, which has been done so well with Panuku and with Auckland Transport, how does that interface? Do we get the best of all worlds and all information, or will you get the sort of a kaitiaki forum that's already across the CCOs to come in and support from the beginning and throughout? Just how will that be managed so we're not overworking people or not giving people the same voice going forward?
Yeah, again, that's, as I say, something that we'll look at in terms of what we've got currently on the go, what we keep working with, and what we might adjust over the place.
Yes.
So if there's any way to streamline that and make that simpler, but still ensure their effective engagement, then that's what we will be doing.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And another question, I think final question from Councillor Watson, please.
Following up a little bit on this enhanced status quo, that's the additional option 1, which, you know, barely has 3 small points attributed to it in this paper. I wonder if you could just help me a little bit understand what's meant by point. We would see an improvement in leadership, additional resource and capability, and achieved a more joined up council approach with minimal operational impact, all of which seem like positives. The qualifier at the end is there are some risks in terms of low buy-in and communication. I'm really struggling to understand how that informal basis couldn't be formalised, and if there's low buy-in and poor communication, how that similarly couldn't be addressed very easily. Getting some formalised approach there and ensuring that everyone's buying into it.
Can I go to you, Barry?
Yes, perhaps if I respond to that. One of the challenges that we've had with the program as that the focus is on the projects. And an example that I could give would be if we look at Quay Street, for example, we had a very strong focus on Quay Street and the ferry terminal and the downtown public space to Wānanga, hugely successful. But immediately adjacent to it is another project, which is the Komititanga, delivered council and so that's the challenge of delivering on a project by project basis. From a public experience, of course, that was our construct. It isn't how you experience it. That's all one experience, and of course that continues there all the way from the waterfront, Quay Street to Wānanga. This the concern over how we've been doing it, even if we enhance it, is it would continue that kind of modular look at how things are delivered, as opposed to a total program and getting that consistency across the whole lot. That's the fundamental difference between the two.
So a judgment on the basis of the 2 options that are before us today, to what extent was track record in the delivery of other projects, and I guess in terms of the multitude of problems facing the city centre, the ability to I guess draw parties together, not least of which is the public. Did that inform any of this assessment as it appears before us today?
Yes, well, it's been through the chair. Sorry,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Were you going to say something? course, key to that has been engagement with ACAB, City Centre Advisory Board, yesterday, and this has received their strong endorsement, as the chair has shared. So that engagement with wider groups has been through that, now goes out through local boards and more broadly, but will committee as part of that process.
Okay, final question, Mr. Chair. In the report, you reference the CCO review a number of times. So I'm assuming that your recommendation has been informed by the commentary in that just in a little over a year and a bit ago. So the CCO review has been fundamental in the direction in this item?
Through the chair, yes, it's a key consideration, and it's yep.
Okay, thank you. I reserve my right to speak to this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Are there further questions here, members? If you put your hands up, I don't think there are. Please, Sandra. Thank you to the presenters, Barry, Ian, Andrew, and others that have been doing this work. So look, I'll move accordingly. I think I have a second from Councillor Coombe. Just speaking briefly, so this is a structural change. At the outset, I'd like to just acknowledge the goodwill of everybody involved, along with the chief executives of Auckland Transport and Eke Panuku, Shane Ellison at Auckland Transport and David Rankin at Eke Panuku, and senior executives. Also like to acknowledge the very strong support of the City Centre Advisory Board yesterday. We've been working on this for some time, several months, and it's come to this point. There's no heads have been banged, Councillor Coombe, as you said. This has been very accommodating. And also the Mayor's Office and Mayor Phil has been closely involved with this direction. So look, what we're essentially looking at here is we're strengthening the leadership of projects around the city centre. We're identifying who the go-to champion of the city centre is. Out of this committee, we've actually directions, and it really is about implementation time. And we've got some $500 million in budget over the next 10 years for projects and programs to be implemented in the city centre. So we're choosing that placemaking expertise of Eke Panuku, and don't they have it in volumes? We're saying to them, you're at the helm now, but you're doing it. Areas outlined. It's a collaborative approach, and we now go forward, and they are charged with helming that change management. So the city centre, you know, it's suffered badly with COVID, and but it's in some ways, well, is a major contributor to the national economy. So it's important that we support it by ensuring there is clear and effective council leadership for implementing that $540 million change program that I mentioned. In the past, there has been good leadership, but it has been a little bit fragmented. There's been the Development Program Office at times, the Urban Design Unit at times, Plans and Places at times. This brings it all under one responsible helm. Point I would like to make that at this time, COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted the city centre, and it definitely requires a much more collaborative, integrated team to build on the great progress we've made in the past leading up to now. But now we really need to double down on unlocking that vision that we have in the city centre master plan and get that delivered. So I'm at this structural change and look forward to good, strong vote of support for it. Are there other speakers? I've got Councillor Watson next, please.
Okay, yes. Am I coming through okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are, Councillor.
Okay, great. I've got a bit of trouble with my bandwidth too, so I'll just leave the video off if that's all right. That this is about leadership and choosing the best grouping to lead how the city centre master plan might be implemented in the future. And certainly, you know, this is a key challenge at the moment. If we look at the issues that are confronting the city from in Albert Street and other places, the negative impacts of COVID-19, and I guess more than that, from an ordinary citizen's point of view, the way the city centre is or experience has been perceived. You know, certainly we have concerns over how people see it as in terms of everything else. We've had this call from a range of stakeholders for a more integrated approach and a clear view of what that vision for the city centre will be over time, and more importantly, how it's going to progress. So we can understand all that. We've seen that emerging from the last few years. We're told in this item that the CCO review that took place last July, or was made public at least last July, that all the review, it might well be, in terms of just, if we look at it just through a very narrow focus in terms of this particular proposal here today. But I think if we're talking about leadership more generally, and we are that CCO review, if we refer to leadership, for instance, there's quite significant commentary there of, in the first instance, as far as bringing people along with us. They found that many of the public that they spoke to had little idea what Panuku did or who they were. My concern, and I have brought it up in the CCO review committee, is the constitution, which CCO reviewers versus public interest consideration. It makes no specific mention of the public interest. Now, that is incredibly important if we're looking at a lead agency that's going to be delivering any number of projects, and, you know, over $500 million worth of projects in the city centre, you know, all of which to a greater or less extent is going to be driven by that public interest consideration. Now, I've attempted to tie down that constitutional criticism that was made by the reviewers, but it doesn't appear to have been any progress in terms of that. If we go further, the ability of Panuku as a particular grouping within council to I guess manage budgets and staff members and just general overheads, there was some pretty pointed commentary there that I won't bother repeating, but the net result of that was, in terms of that kind of overhead aspect of it, which is more important now than ever, that, you know, the commentary made in the CCO review was that Panuku should be a smaller agency pursuing its goals with more determination and urgency. So from my perspective anyway, Mr. Chair, that comment about the CCO review in terms of, you know, basically providing a consistency, criticisms that emerged in the CCO review, specifically with regards to Panuku. And as I said, I'm not going to go through them in detail here, but they are there for people to read. And, you know, there is a reasonably decision making and in terms of speed, terms of openness, terms of transparency, terms of understanding local interests. So I think if we're going to be you know, thorough in terms of that analysis of leadership, then that sort of observation from our CCO reviewers should have been included as part of this report, and some comfort should have been going have been addressed or are being addressed in the interim. That hasn't happened. I guess if I look to more recent times, with respect of Panuku's involvement with a number of matters, some in the city centre, others spread a little bit wider afield, then that same kind of theme of concern in those areas I've mentioned comes through. We had the investigative report into the marinas that made some fairly pointed criticisms again in terms of integrity of processes and conflicts of interest. We've had the unveiling of the Civic Administration Building, a fairly key project within the city's centre, and which was meant to be driven in large part anyway in terms of income and protections of a heritage nature that haven't eventuated. And then more recently is still, again, out in my own ward, the Wasp Hangar, where there was a clear that didn't seem to be top of mind, as with the Mount Wellington racetrack, and more recently, in my view anyway, with the Dockline tram. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that if we're talking about leadership, if we're talking about the CCO review, and we're talking about dealing with the various significant challenges within the city centre, I think that the enhanced status quo, option one, was actually a better one in terms of involving the council family as a whole, and perhaps not putting that burden on Panuku when it has a number of other fairly fundamental issues to address, courtesy of the CCO recommendations, not just what I've been saying. I would just say that certainly in the past I have a degree of sympathy for Panuku. They come up, that's not really their responsibility, but I guess that doesn't detract from the fact that today we've got an item before about leadership of a very significant budget at a time of great challenge. In that respect, Mr. Chair, I think the better option to have gone with was the enhanced status quo, which is more collaborative. You saw the complementary did appear, and I think that would have been a better way to proceed. So on that basis, I'll be voting accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I will just check the bar here. I'll bring that up for the speaking order. Next is Councillor Walker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just follow on from Councillor Watson, and I just want to endorse the comments that he made around the CCO review, and I just repeat the comment that the view of that review was that Panuku should be a smaller agency. I'll repeat that, a smaller agency. Quite obviously, Panuku effectively has a sunset role because finish and its property portfolio diminishes, and that's happening quickly as we're effectively selling down those assets. The need for that agency over time in part ceases to exist. And it was also noted in terms of overhead that Panuku is one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive, of the council-controlled organisations. This whole process, which quite obviously has been underway for some time, wasn't workshopped with the councillors. One of the most significant considerations I have, and Councillor Watson alluded to it, is conflict of interest. So Panuku is, it may do it indirectly. We know it has a significant stakeholding in downtown as compared to uptown, and I would have a very real concern that those interests may not be particularly transparent, but they are a very real concern, I would suggest, to council and the public. A quick list of criteria, Mr. Chair, and this was just a quick brainstorm: inclusiveness, lateral approach, dynamic, collaborative, responsiveness, future-proofed connectivity. And I apply that My own experience, and I would suggest that of many in the community, is that Panuku is a rather secretive organisation. To the public, most of the information is either not available or so redacted that it's impossible to find out what's going on, and it's only been through the efforts of various people in the community that they've uncovered things that have fortuitously not happened, like disastrous. And that process in itself testifies to the conflict of interest that I've referred to earlier. So I would suggest that I haven't found Panuku to be very consultative. In fact, it's brought about conflict in a number of areas, and Panuku has been involved with. And certainly, just coming back to it, the CCO review were very critical of the lack of a community as compared to a commercial imperative on the part of Panuku. That went to culture. Equally, it goes to accountability. So my concern, Mr. Chair, is that the option of having something more in council, more in line with the Auckland Development Office, has not been adequately considered. Obviously, that particular function was somewhat gutted, and we lost Ludo Campbell-Reid and so on. My belief is that that option would be more of more collaboration and vision on the part of council than what we would see otherwise. And I'm mindful that the centre of gravity around what's required is going to shift up away from the waterfront. And I would suggest the Auckland Development Office could have a significant role to play there. I'm disappointed. Again, this hasn't been workshopped, so I would just signal that I will be voting against the option as it stands, because I think we're insufficiently informed, Mr. Chair. And if it weren't for the fact that this is such an important issue, because the centre city area is on its knees, this is a significant issue. So I think that we really deserve more discussion and a far better outline of options than what we've got here, which otherwise strikes me as very much a done deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton, please.
Congratulate everyone that's been working on this, and you know, when the city does well, we will all do well, and it's in the best interest for all of Auckland that we find some efficiencies and some common ground, and to have the CCOs and lead on this is a good thing, and we will find efficiencies, and not only for this project but for wider Auckland as well. So I just think this is a great way forward for us. I've been reflecting on the comments just made by the councillor of the boards, I think, with the CCO boards, and perhaps we could arrange for that to happen, because there'd be quite constructive conversations, I think. But in terms of operationally, this makes sense. There's been some collaboration between ACAB, the Mayor's Office, and many others. This hasn't just happened overnight, and I believe it has happened with the best outcomes in mind, and taking into consideration some of those points. Me, I think it's all about looking forward and how we take those lessons from what happened in the past and just do things much better and collaboratively and open as we move forward. So I look forward to the progress reports as they come up through the CCO Oversight Committee, and wish everybody well going forward, and congratulations once again. This is a good outcome. Thank you.
Go to the Mayor. Mayor, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to just endorse what Councillor Dalton has just said. And really, I've heard a bit of criticism of Panuku, but I tell you what, every time I walk down that waterfront and through the Wynyard Quarter, I think what a fantastic transformational job Panuku has actually done in that area. When I think of what's happening, demonstrated the skills that it has as our agency responsible for regeneration of our city and town centres. That's where our skill set lies, and it makes absolute sense for Panuku to lead these agencies. Look, this paper, I heard it described as a done deal. If it were a done deal, it was only because all of the agencies that have participated in this, the council, the chief executive, and my Limited, have all collaborated together and come up with this solution as the best solution available to council. That is a unanimous and strongly felt recommendation by the parties that have participated in bringing this paper to us. The CCO committee review is relevant in the sense that what it called for was a clear lead agency, something we were lacking with a strong cross-council group. This is not going to be the work of just Eke Panuku. This is going to be a work collaboratively of all of those agencies. But in the end, for a collaborative group to work together, it's got to have strong leadership and one agency that takes responsibility for making things happen. And that's why we've got this recommendation. This recommendation is not just supported by all of our CCOs and the council parent, but it's also supported by the Auckland Central Advisory Body. And I understand, Mr. Chair, from your comments, was probably one of those that were endorsing it as well. I finally think that, it makes sense. The waterfront and the city centre are contiguous areas, and it makes sense to plan over them. This is what the heart of the city is, and to have an agency responsible for and the waterfront clearly makes a lot of sense. Why are we putting Eke Panuku in charge of this? Because they are the people with the skill sets about placemaking. Yes, this involves transport. Yes, it involves events. It involves all sorts of things. But the essence of the city centre is how we can make this a fantastic place to live for the increasing number of people who live there. How we can make it a fantastic place to work, place to visit for Aucklanders, for people outside of New Zealand, and for international visitors when ultimately we get those people back. And, this is one of the driving economic forces of our city. A very high percentage, I think 20% of the city's GDP is generated here, and we have to have that clear focus. We have to have that strong collaboration. We have to make sure that we achieve the potential that our city centre is capable of. So I want to thank officials for their work. It's happened over many, many months, for their unanimity in making this recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for your work on this too, Mayor. There's a lot been going on in your office and your direction on this. Thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Efeso Collins, and Councillor Collins is also the Eke Panuku Liaison Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Chair, and my apologies for being late to the meeting. Chair, I want to speak in support of the recommendations, and just before I address the areas of support which have been covered well by say that I hear the concerns around communication that have been consistently raised by Councillors Walker and Watson, and I understand that those concerns are very real, and I think it's important that we don't just brush that aside, that if there are concerns, that we force the issue a little bit, that if people want better communications, and that's what we all want, Auckland, then let's force the issue. And I'm fortunate in that in my liaison role, Chair, I have phone call access to people like David Rankin and to the chair of Eke Panuku and Paul Maturi. And we've had some very honest conversations. And I guess in that role, I'm a little bit more used to calling them now because that's part of the function. And so I welcome the very constructive criticism forcing the issue, and I think it was covered off well by Councillor Dalton, who said let's hear the updates when we get to the CCO review committee so that we can keep an eye on what's going on. So I think it's important that we remember that and that we hold that as part of the focus of our discussion, that we will be getting feed forward and feedback. I want to support the recommendations, and I note that in my report to the CCO review committee, I think that was last week, that I highlighted this collective leadership. And I've seen the city master plan. I've seen what's going on in our development of the area, and what it really needs is for us to pull together all the parts of what's going to work well for Auckland so that we can get the outcomes that we desperately want. We're challenged in COVID times, we're challenged financially, and so I see this collaborative effort as being Eke Panuku, being that kind of centrifugal force that gets all the wheels spinning here. And we should be demanding that our regeneration agency, urban regeneration agency, are at the helm of this activity. So I'm supportive of what they're going to do. I welcome the ongoing feedback and the constant communication with them, because this is a part of the city that's very dear to all of us. We want to see the central part of the city, this part of the city, the master plan, succeed and flourish. And I welcome this move to ensure that Eke Panuku will take a lead in this activity, and that they'll be able to pull people together, pull the right minds, pull the right resources, pull the right organisations together so that we get the collaboration and the leadership that's necessary. So I commend it to the committee. Again, apologies for being late to your meeting, Chair, but I'm confident that we're going to get good outcomes from Eke Panuku being the lead agency. Thank you.
I will now pass the debate to Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just briefly, kind of looking into this item, not really quite sure how it's so controversial. My understanding is that Eke Panuku's job is basically seeing the kind of results that they've delivered in other parts of the city. I think it's really kind of a no-brainer that we give them the ball to run with, as we've done before. And so I just look forward to seeing how it's going to work out. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll now go to Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously very much in favour of this. Just wanted to say, yeah, it was, I think constructive criticism is fine, but some of the language earlier on would have been pretty tough for some of the staff to listen to, which I don't think was super fair. So constructive criticism is fine, but appreciate that, but that's other people's prerogative. The issue for me is this is great, as others have said. Eke Panuku have shown leadership in the areas, not just in the big transformation projects like Wynyard Quarter, but if you're thinking in my hood, in Northcote, in Takapuna, they've won awards in our area. Who is the lead with mana whenua on Te Ara Awataha, the Northcote Greenway, which our community have been waiting over a decade for, and now they've been working with community groups, the local board, mana whenua and Healthy Waters on what is a magnificent project coming. Similar work Panuku is working on with the Puhunui stream, the unlock in Henderson, Onehunga, Pukekohe. So there's many examples on a small scale and a large scale which we need in the city centre. So we're going to need these projects that test our community and see how they go. We need events to back those skills, the project development, the market development and the sales expertise to get commercial buy-in to some of these projects as well. So I'm excited when I think of the linear park, when I think of the precinct, or the arts precinct, I guess, through Aotea, and the city centre as well, that have been maybe neglected compared to the Albert Street and beyond. You know, there's some fantastic work, and I don't see the city centre as a mess. Yes, it's been struggling, and yes, it's been hard, especially through lockdowns where all the people have kind of you know, left the centre, apart from the 40,000 that live there. With that, it's always going to be a place where people gather and come, and it's not just a transport focus, but we know that Auckland Transport already works really closely with Panuku on projects, and it's good. They will be aligned, and as someone else said, that this is not a fait accompli, but it's when all the agencies are already working from the governance perspective to trust them that this is the right way forward. So I'm excited for the future. I hope this also brings, you know, a little more consistency and understanding. I know that when I contact someone in Northcote from Panuku, they can get across to Healthy Waters, across to Kāinga Ora, across to Auckland Transport, and opposed to me going to 4 different agencies. These projects too. So I think this is a great step forward, but I trust that we will still get the same transparency and the same engagement from all CCOs and all council departments if we need it on any issue. But I'm glad there's a lead agency and a team at our city. So thank you. You're on mute, Chris.
My apology. Say it again. Don't think there's other speakers. So that concludes the debate. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
And record that, please.
Okay. Can I just take Councillor Watson first? You're recording your vote against A and B. Okay. Are there other councillors who wish their dissenting vote to be recorded?
Walker.
Councillor Walker.
Stewart.
Got Councillor Stewart. Yes. Okay. And Stewart against A and B. We shall do that. Thank you. Thanks to everybody that's contributed to this report and to the outcome here today. Just mindful of time, members, it's midday. I think we'll go to item 9 now. Yes, we will. We'll go to item 9. It looks at an update to our future development strategy. And this is in response to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Even though we have a future development strategy, and we revised that in 2018. So Victor, General Manager of the Auckland Plan Strategy and Research Team. The motions before us here, which I will move, and if I can have a second, please, to endorse the approach as outlined. I won't run through all the motions. But the second came from?
Councillor Hills.
So it's A, B, C, and D as on the screen there. I will hand now to both Jacques Victor and Claire Gray to introduce the item.
Kia ora, Chair.
We'll just go straight to Claire.
Kia ora, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Claire Gray tōku ingoa, and just going to give you a brief overview of our development strategy. And the purpose of the report is really to get our approach endorsed, and so we can begin work on the new development strategy. So that's, as the Chair mentioned, in response to a new requirement in the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. We do have an existing in 2018. We do now need to look at an update again, primarily because the NPSUD asks us to. We do also still have to meet similar requirements, but slightly different. We will be preparing this update under those dual legislative requirements. And any update would still sit as part of the Auckland plan, but we will have to rename it to the Future Development Strategy rather than. In terms of the timing, it needs to feed into the next long-term plan. So that's the 2024 long-term plan. And in order for it to usefully feed into and inform that long-term plan, the strategy really needs to be complete by around the middle of 2023. So this work is all under that big umbrella of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. And I'm sure you'll remember that throughout this year we've had a series of planning committee workshops and reports that strategic direction for the intensification plan changes, for example. So that's the work around the walkable catchments and rapid transit stops. We've also produced some evidence documents, so the housing capacity assessment that was published in July this year. That's been completed and is currently underway. And the future development strategy sits in the third phase of the work, and it will need to align with the work that's been carried out in phase 1 and 2. And it's probably also worth noting that there are ongoing requirements. So, for example, in requirements, and we do need to produce our next housing and business capacity assessment this time. So all of that information feeds into the future development strategy as well. Just a bit about it's a long-term strategic planning document, looking out over a 30-year period. And the purpose is, so this is under that dual legislation that I was talking about before, so the Local Government Auckland Council Act and also the NPSUD requirements say that the purpose is to contribute to Auckland's social, economic, environmental and cultural well-beings. Our earlier NPSUD work, we also have to show how we'll achieve that well-functioning urban environment. And we need to show that Auckland has enough development capacity, so that's both for housing and business, over the short, medium and long term. The sort of dual legislation, there's quite a list of requirements that we do need to cover in the future development strategy. But I've picked out a few of the key aspects here. So the first one there, when we're preparing the strategy, we should involve hapu and iwi early and in a way. And the future development strategy itself actually has to include a statement of values and aspirations for urban development. So the key there is really that the early engagement is a must and a really good thing that we'll be doing next. into the strategy itself. The second and third bullet points are a couple of the big challenges that we have in developing the strategy. So spatially identify, so that's really show on a map. And the strategy should provide enough information that all players can coordinate decisions around the provision of bulk infrastructure and services. It should also provide the basis for plans, regulatory plans, and funding programs. And that last one there, the future development strategy should take account of areas that might not be appropriate for development or that need protection. So ecological areas that should be protected, significant open space, those kind of issues will need to be considered when we're pulling all the information together and preparing the strategy. Looking at the engagement and consultation, so we need to involve a range of people and organisations in preparing the draft strategy. We'll work on an engagement plan and that would mostly be through next year, but I've picked out some of the key groups here. So local boards, as well as developing a plan for working with local boards. We're proposing that the local board chairs are invited to any planning committee workshops on the future development strategy. That's also the model that we followed with the MPSUD workshops earlier this year. Mana Whenua Forum and the IMSB Secretariat to understand how they'd like to be involved in developing the strategy. And we are also working with other related council work programs, so to align our engagement as much as possible. So for example, the Transport Emissions Reduction Plan and the other MPSUD intensification work. Key stakeholders. So for us, that's primarily infrastructure providers and also the development sector, but we will be working on a list of external stakeholders once we've. And central government agencies. So we are required to engage with central government agencies, and we're proposing that we'll do that on an individual basis, but we're also proposing to use an existing working group, so the Joint Central Government and Auckland Council Working Group. And then consultation, so that's on the draft strategy itself. The beginning of 2023, and we need to follow the special consultative procedure, so that's set out in the Local Government Act, and that's generally used when decisions have high significance or have major implications for the community, and it does set out some minimum requirements, for example, a 1-month period for submissions. You'll see a gap around the fourth quarter of next year. That's just to acknowledge the local elections. Yeah, as I've just talked about, engagement on preparing the draft is really throughout next year, 2022, and then the more formal consultation is in early 2023 with adoption in the middle of 2020. So we're also proposing that a steering group is set up to guide during the duration of the project. So the purpose is around providing direction on the content and the project approach and the engagement approach for that group to endorse the draft strategy before we brought it back to this committee for approval, and the proposed membership is up there on the right hand side. So I'll just give you a moment to digest that.
It's in the report too, Claire.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And looking at our next steps, so if the development of the update's approved, then we would look to set that steering group up and confirm a series of workshops year, work on our engagement approach that I've talked about with some of those key stakeholders, and set the project up in more detail. So establish work streams and start engaging across the council family. Chair, that's our presentation.
Thank you, Claire. Jacques, do you have anything to add, Jacques?
No, thank you, Chair. Not at this stage. I'll jump in with questions if needed.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to questions. Deputy Mayor, please.
Very important work. First question is, how is the 3x3 legislation the government and the opposition are jointly putting forward, and it's been fast tracked, so how is that going to affect this work? So it's basically unlimited growth everywhere. And the second question is, there's huge financial implications here, so what is going to be the financial interface other than the
Through you, Chair.
Thanks, Mayor. Claire?
Yeah. So on the first point, yes, the kind of baseline for our work has completely changed since 2018. And the MPSUD, as well as the MDRS, the enabling bill, our perception of where and when growth might happen. And I think that is something that we're going to have to obviously work through in the strategy. The timing of it is helpful in some ways, in that the enabling bill has introduced. So whereas before the appeals could have extended on past the adoption of our future development strategy, now they're likely to be wrapped up around the same time. So we should have a pretty good idea of the direction that all of that's heading before details of how we're going to work through it. I think that's the purpose of starting this work. It is difficult in that in some ways that detailed prescriptive stuff that's coming through from central government is coming ahead of be working through over the course of next year, is figuring out how the strategy actually does respond to those central government directives. In terms of the financial implications, I guess the purpose of the future development strategy is of where and when investment in planning and infrastructure will be made. So, for example, in the existing development strategy, we've got the development areas, the kind of priority areas for development that council and the development sector can focus their attention on. In terms of the council's financial through the long-term plan, and in particular the infrastructure strategy. So we need to work very closely with our infrastructure strategy team to include their work and what influence our future development strategy work has on the infrastructure strategy itself. So that's why I'm kind of emphasising the importance of getting our future development strategy finished in the middle of 2023 so that it really can actually feed into an wide planning. Yeah, I'll leave that there unless Jacques has anything to add.
Yes, I can maybe just add one thing in terms of the second part of the question. So around the financials, one of the things that the future development strategy has to do is to sequence development, which clearly links to infrastructure. So you will remember when we did the future urban land supply strategy, which had a very similar intention, did a very similar thing. We developed that very closely with all of the infrastructure providers, and one of the biggest considerations in that was the financial. Could we afford over time? And so I think that will again be one of the key things, and was working really closely with all of the infrastructure providers and looking at what those financial implications are. But I also think the two questions that the Deputy Mayor raised, a lot of uncertainty, and it starts making it really hard to if it is a given, it starts making it really hard to predict where infrastructure is needed when. So that's a very complicated thing we're going to have to work through. Yeah.
Thank you, Jacques.
Very well, thank you, both to Claire and to Jacques. Because I think the point I'm trying to make is the uncertainty here, Mr. Chair, and development just can't happen without the enabling infrastructure, and the enabling infrastructure can't happen without the enabling finance tools. And some of those things are strategically not in place at all, which is facing, especially with a 3x3.
Certainly are. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Walker, please. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So got a few questions. You can almost certainly help me, Claire. This strategy that we're talking about here strikes me as being pretty. Would you say it's fairly up there as far as the significant work that council's undertaking?
Through you, Chair. Yes. So it is our current development strategy sits as part of the Auckland plan. So it's one of.
Okay. The other question I've got just goes to engagement with council as a whole and governance. Just on the list of people on the steering group, I don't see anybody there from finance, for example. I would have thought that was pretty down to money and investment. So is there some reason why that's missing?
Back to you, Claire. Or
Thank
Jacques.
you, Chair. Jacques, perhaps through you, Chair. Jacques.
Yeah, no, sure. Councillor Walker, that probably is an oversight on our part.
The other question I've got just goes to process, because we've got this steering group, which very much looks like a committee or a subcommittee, but it's not defined as such. Obviously, there's some thought or the like, or you mentioned workshops. So why can't we just deal with this in committee? Why do we need the separate steering group that I would have some issues over the selection of it when there's a need for council as a whole for that?
Jacques,
so that question is directed to Claire or Jacques.
Through the chair, yep, I'll take that one. Councillor Walker, we were trying to find a balance. What we know from doing this previously, sorry again, my camera, what we know from
so many issues that need to be considered, and it becomes really helpful for us to be able to get political direction kind of on short notice. But like I say, we try to find a balance between that. So having a group, and maybe not everybody can always meet at that time, but having a group that full committee on a regular basis, that was kind of our intention behind it. We fully appreciate that the nature of what this is affects the whole region, and so all elected members will have a very high interest in this, and so hence coming to a full committee with it's really helpful to have a group of people that we can go to and test a few things and get some initial political direction. So that was just the thinking behind it.
So my further question that goes to that is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would have thought that councillors generally were very accessible via email, that it was inclusive. So I'm just signalling, Mr. Chair, that I've got some issues around just how this group has been selected and the notion of the criteria that are driving it, because I'm certainly accessible in the future development of Auckland, as I would suggest most of us do. And I would suggest otherwise, we're in a situation where we're not going to be as up to speed, and maybe we should be. And certainly, as far as Claire is concerned, she indicated that this is some pretty significant work as to... so perhaps if you can elaborate further, Jacques, because as I understand it, I'm still unsure as to whether this is a subcommittee or what it is.
Sure, through the chair.
What do you admit? Sure, continue.
It's certainly not intended to be anything like a subcommittee. It is really just a group of broad range of responsibilities through committees and things that they sit on. It really is just a group for us to be able to test things. I hear what you're saying about engaging with councillors directly, and that's something the committee surely can consider. But like I say, from our point, given the vast extent of the work, and like I say, the complexity that sits in this, but appreciate what you're saying. That's probably a decision for the committee rather than for us to comment on more.
Thanks, Jacques. Member Wilcox, please.
My question is relating to paragraph 52, where the NPSUD requires us in this FTS to create a statement or receive a statement from Hapu and Iwi. So in this situation, and the example I'm going to give is, well, just in Kaipara alone, I can come up with 10 Hapu straight away. So how are we going to deal with this, and what's the process in engaging with these Hapu and Iwi?
Sorry, Claire, shall I?
Oh.
So that's their definition, not ours. And what our thinking is in this case, again, is that we actually engage directly with Mana Whenua and Mata Wakat, but particularly with Mana Whenua, and ask them how they would define this, what would work for them. So we are not proposing any particular process at this stage because we think that is something that has to be developed and thought through to define Hapu and Iwi.
So are we asking the Mana Whenua Forum to provide that definition to us? Because I'm just kind of a little bit concerned over that. I think we need to have some more concrete things than we go out and say, oh, well, we've defined Hapu Waikato might have a totally different process. Northland again may have a different process. So I think we need to seek more information and more guidance as to what concrete makes up a hapu. Otherwise, and then the next minute we're all in the Waitangi Tribunal.
Yeah, no, very fair point, Member Wilcox. Our intention was to not only engage with the Mana Whenua Forum, but also engage with the 19 iwi directly to ask them how.
Sorry, Chair. I think the purpose of my question is really to ask, this is not a question for others to decide. This is a question for the government to give us direction. Is it not? Because if we ask, end up with a whole mess.
Through you, Chair.
Back to you, Jacques. Oh, sorry, Claire. Go with Claire.
Yeah. Kia ora, Member Wilcox. Just to add that it is something that we've been struggling with, because this is the hapu. I appreciate your comments and would love to work through the IMSB Secretariat and others to kind of figure out who is best to define that. If it is central government, then we can certainly include that as part of our discussions with them. But I guess that's one of the key issues that we're probably developing an engagement plan and planning to go and engage with individual iwi. Perhaps we need to think about our approach on that and tailor it more to the hapu level. It's tricky and it is something that I've been thinking about, but
Thank you, Member Wilcox, and thank you for the replies there, Claire and Jacques. I'll now go to a question from Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just following up on that work program that appears at point 2 with workshops, meetings. Obviously, the assumption is that they're all informing the work of this of this group. It will be synchronised, won't it?
Claire, with you? So the question is around the synchronising of, we're looking at table 1, aren't we, Councillor Watson, and the various work streams there and how they all meld together, Claire, I think is the question.
Yeah. Work will be getting taken to the workshops and to the appropriate committees for approval or guidance.
Absolutely, yes. So as we're developing up the strategy and we're getting the feedback and input from our engagement, we would be bringing committee workshops and also committee meetings. So you'll see towards the end in particular. So that's throughout the development of the strategy, but towards the end, you'll see that there are planning committee workshops and meetings beyond the end of the engagement as well. So back to you with the content as it's developed and then in its final form.
Okay, great. So I got that. So in terms of the functions of this steering group, then in terms of providing direction to staff along the lines that Jacques Victor was outlining of, quick feedback, etc., which he said is very helpful from his point of view. From the point of view of the balance of the council that aren't on the steering group, then What is the mechanism or process that's envisaged to inform the rest of the council by way of communication?
Jacques or Claire?
I suppose, Councillor Watson, the key mechanism that we thought would be through a whole series of workshops with this committee, and then also formal meetings, and it may very well be that there are, as we things to the committee to kind of sign off in the interim so that we can proceed with the next bit of work. So that was the main mechanism that we were thinking, is both a whole series of workshops and a number of formal committee meetings throughout.
After the fact, though, won't it? It won't be simultaneous with any consideration that the steering group might be making. Is that right?
Yeah, so that probably would be, we would get some feedback and direction from the steering group on particular things, and that is then what we would bring to
just final question, who's the chair of the Rural Advisory Panel when he or she's at home?
The chair is the deputy mayor.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if there's a deputy chair, but it's the deputy mayor.
Our deputy mayor, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Jacques.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I think I've taken all the questions. Maybe, Jacques, can you just tell us what's going to give here? Because I do look at the financial implications paragraph. I think it's that one there. Maybe it's 56 and 57, is it? All consumed on the water strategy, or a lot of your team, and now you're bouncing into another government directive on the MPSUD. And I'm very aware that to deliver on other parts of the Planning Committee work program, and you're signalling things will have to be deferred. It's good for us to know what these government directives do to us. There's an expectation that we deliver for the boards, or we're responding to various parties. What is going to give for us to enable a reallocation of budget to support this? Because I'm very clear that there's no allocation with these directions. Are you in a position to tell us at this stage, or is that something that needs to be articulated later as to what is going to give?
Through the chair, yes, I can't tell you that at this point. That is just stuff we're going to have to work through.
Now, and it's going to be under immense pressure going forward. Now, I know, Jacques, you are never ever going to say to this committee that you're under the pump, but I know that your team has hardly had a weekend for some while. Unit that's been responding to the MPSUD. So I think at some stage, Jacques, we are going to have to be told what is going to give to accommodate the government's work. And maybe that's something that needs to... Okay, sorry, Jacques, did you want to add anything there, or just leave it at that? Yeah?
No, I was just saying yes.
Yeah. Okay, we've got the motions before us. We're going to add the chair of the finance, but it should be the chair and the deputy chair of the finance committee. Simpson with us. Councillor Henderson, you're with us, aren't you?
Councillor Simpson is not, but Councillor Henderson is.
Councillor Henderson, can I just go to you on behalf of both the that's change at Roman 4 under C. Question to you. Nope. Okay, we'll put it in. I've got a job. So it's moved and seconded. Any comments? I'm not seeing anything. I'll put the motions then. All those in favour say aye.
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 Contrary, no. And declare that carried.
No.
Thank you.
Speaking.
Can't hear, Mr. Chair.
Speak up. Speak up, please.
You're on mute, Chris.
Sorry. Stand adjourned now, and we'll reconvene at 10 past. Thank you. Roll call at this point, please.
Certainly, Chair. Councillor Bartley still hasn't joined us. Councillor Casey.
Hi, Sandra.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Kia ora.
Councillor Collins. He appears not to have come back yet. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora anō.
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah.
Councillor Dalton.
Present, Sandra.
Councillor Filipina.
Talofa, Sandra.
Councillor Fletcher.
Present. Present.
He's being a little slow. He is on. Councillor Henderson.
Everybody.
Councillor Hills. Councillor Newman.
Present, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers. Councillor Simpson is not with us. Councillor Stewart.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Watson.
Good afternoon, Sandra.
Councillor Young. IMSB member Wilcox.
E konei.
You, Chair.
Phone at CCC.
Councillor Collins, thank you. And if our members are joining or need to break from the meeting, if they could just signal that to Sandra in the chat bar, please. Okay, we'll power ahead and we'll go to item 10, and this is at page 29 of the agenda. This is an item relating to a private plan change request to rezone land, some 82 hectares from memory, at Pokakohe, and the staff will outline the specific reasons this decision is required, and reporting Peter Rabin and John Dugood, our General Manager of Plans and Places. So members, I'll put up the motions there, and there is a slight change too, if you can just scroll up to that change, Sandra, and keep that on the screen, and members can see the balance on their agendas. Mary, are you comfortable moving?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Dalton.
Councillor Dalton, thank you. So it's moved and seconded. I'll now hand to John Dugood and Peter Rabin to introduce the item.
So, sorry,
John?
Councillor Darby, John Dugood is on leave today. So I'm here in his place. And I'll introduce Peter Rayburn, who's going to be the consultant managing the process. Thanks.
Thanks, Celia. Celia Davison will introduce Peter in the item. With you first, Celia, is it? Or do you just want to hand over to Peter?
I'll just move straight over to Peter. He's got a presentation he's going to give.
Okay, good.
I think. Kia ora, Chair and committee members. So I've just got 5 slides just to explain the plan change.
Yes. We can. It's before us.
Okay. So yes, it's a private plan change for a block of land in Pukekohe East. So this is the location, just to orientate ourselves. This is the So down Mill Road, the quickest way to get to the site is actually down Harrisville Road, Logan Road, entering into this area here, or through Pukekohe East Road and down Golding Road. And between Station Road and Golding Road, and you can see Golding Road at this point is the boundary of the Auckland district, Waikato across the road. So the site is about 1.2 kilometres station and about 1.5 kilometres from the Pukekohe town centre. Probably the major characteristic is that it's 82 hectares altogether, and 35 hectares of that is training facilities. So you'll see that quite clearly on the aerial photo. The railway runs along Station Road, and on the other side of the railway is Pukekohe Park, so the horse racing track and the motor racing track. That's the current zoning. 1/3 of the site has got a special purpose zone that covers the Franklin Trotting Club land. So these are the boundaries of the plan change area. That funny curved boundary there is following a stream watercourse. In terms of the future supply strategy, this area is identified as being development ready by 2023. So in the period 2023 to 2027. So this plan change is just slightly prior to the just the physical features of the land. I've mentioned the stream along the southeastern boundary. There's another stream going through the middle of the site, and quite a large artificial and surrounded by a wetland. And then there's in the southern part of the site next to Yates Road, there's quite a big grove of kahikatea. So they're the major sort of natural features on the land. The Trotting Club land, and the balance of the land is 9. There's no horticulture that exists on the land at present. So this is the proposed zoning plan. As you know, the structure plan, the Pukekohe Parata structure plan, has been identifies to the north of the site a light industry zone fronting Station Road, and also to the south of the site a light industry zone, with the balance under the structure plan being a combination of mixed housing, suburban and mixed housing. So to a large extent, this plan change picks up on the structure plan. The major difference being is that the area that's identified as a special purpose zone for the Trotting Club land now, the Franklin Trotting Club is one of the applicants, and locate their facility, so no longer need that special purpose zone. So what they've done is pick up the adjoining zonings indicated on the structure plan, so the light industry zone, carrying that through down Station Road, and with the balance of the proposed as a mixed housing urban zone. There's a precinct overlay that's proposed as part of the plan change, and that sets in place a basic roading, indicative roading, which identifies links through the site, if you like, that are generally in accordance with the structure plan. And the other, the Kahikatea Grove that I've mentioned is proposed as an SEA area, so that's down the bottom there. They would be required to be protected as well. Now, a feature of the plan change is that because it's opposite the Pukekohe Motorsport Park, there's potential noise issues, and they're mitigated through the plan, sort of the buffer of the light industry zone before you get into a residential zone, and then you might see that hatched area through the residential zone. That's an area where there would be special controls over building and acoustic protection and so on. And there is which 7-metre high wall which would be erected through the light industry zone as a noise buffer before any of the residential areas are developed. So the outcome would be, in terms of the modelling, would be and the light industry area and employment of about 800 plus jobs. So that's the presentation, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. I'll go for questions, members. Are there questions on this? I'm just don't have any at the moment. Please. Just
Sure.
scrolling down. I do. Councillor Walker first, please.
Sure. As a matter of interest, you mentioned the Franklin Trotting Clubs going. Do they have an alternative site already in train?
Not that they've indicated as yet. So they see it as a letter with the plan change, and indicated in that they've got a 3 to 5 year time frame for identifying a site. But as far as we know, they haven't identified that site as yet.
Okay, and the other question I've got just goes to the flooding and the inundation. The stream that interacts with this area, what does that?
Oh, that's a good question. Ultimately, Waikato River, I think. But flooding, there's the western part of the site is in a floodplain. That's a matter that the applicants obviously acknowledge and need to address through the development of the site. So it's quite a low-lying flat area, draining soils, and that's a particular. So in terms of things that they have to address, flooding and stormwater is certainly one of them.
And the soil type?
So as I said, it's not. It's certainly not elite soils. There's no current or recent history of horticulture on the land. It is grazing land.
Okay, and it's not a peat soil.
No, it's a clay soil.
Okay, Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. So am I to take it that the access way would be through Golding Road? Is that right? Or are we going to still be using Station Road to access this kaupapa?
Okay, indicative concept plan as to how the area could be developed with the plan change. That indicates three entry points from Station Road, 3 from Yates Road, and 3 from Golding Road. The Station Road entry points are into the land, but there's no frontage onto Station Road itself for properties. All properties are served off internal roading systems, and that's to make.
My second question is, so I heard we're going to build a Berlin Wall there. Is it 7 meters high? Is that correct? Is this to become a gated community, or is that the purpose?
No, the purpose is simply as an acoustic wall. So it's to protect from the motor racing.
Okay.
So, and that wall goes down through the middle of the light industry zone.
Okay, I see.
So it would probably ultimately be orientated so it's at the back boundaries of industrial sites, for instance.
Okay. Yeah, I think the railways would be more noisy at midnight than the 3, and this is more my non-understanding of how we interact with Waikato. How does this, because this is right on the border and we're building right up to the border, how does this interact with what Waikato might be doing?
Well, so rural zoning. So there's no proposal on that side for urban development. So Golding Road would essentially be the boundary of the urban area as well as the district boundary.
Okay, yeah, I'll leave the rest of my corridor for comments.
To the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for the presentation. When we did the Pukekohe structure plan back in 2011-12, I think it was, we had to put a buffer right around Pukekohe Park and the racecourse, particularly for the sound barriers. Buffer, including a wall, to mitigate most of the sound, in your opinion, sir?
No, it is a combination. So there's the light industry zone buffer, there's this acoustic wall, and there's that hatched area that I referred to. So an appropriate residential noise threshold. So in addition, what is required is some design controls on built development in that residential area. So it's things like glazing, there's orientation of buildings, there's a combination of 3 measures to get an adequate noise environment. So it is bespoke to the area, and it does recognise that on motor racing days it's quite noisy.
Did I hear you correctly on that?
That's the modelling is 800 jobs, yes.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Cooper, please. I think that's the final question.
Thank you. I just want to ask you, Peter, through you, Mr. Chair, in recommendation at A to F, you're saying, I guess, in your report that there's nothing, we're not, none of those would be triggered that would have any grounds to reject this private plan change.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. The commissioners will do.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Yeah, it's a course assessment at this stage. We don't get into the merits in detail. So the question before us, I don't think there's any other questions. I'll just check. The question before us is whether we accept, adopt, reject. The recommendation is to accept for process in the area of funding and financing of infrastructure. Is there any comment on this, please, members? I think this is reasonably straightforward. Is there a comment? I don't think I've got any call for comment, so I'll go to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 And declare that carried. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate your work here. And we'll hear more on this as it is progressed. That takes us, members, to item 11. Item 11 is at page 33 on the first agenda, the main agenda. And this is also relates to a process, and it's somewhat of a procedural report to make the plan change operative. Now, we've got Celia again, Celia Davison stepping in for John Dogood, who was on a well-earned leave, and Sanjay Bangs, the Senior Policy Planner, who has been shepherding this, at least representing Council as it has gone through the proper process, the regulatory process, and the motions are on the screen there. Can I have a mover for that, please? 11A and B.
I'll move. Dalton.
Councillor Dalton to move. A second, please. And I will now hand over to Sanjay, I think.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members. I can just briefly speak through the executive summary of this report. So, Plan Change 52 was a privately initiated plan change to rezone some 4.6 hectares of land at 520, 522 Great South Road and 21 Gatland. Housing urban. So the plan change request has gone through the formal statutory processes of notification, hearing and decision making. A decision on Plan Change 52 was publicly notified, and no appeals have been received within the statutory timeframe. So as such, the relevant parts of the unitary plan can now be amended and made operative in a.
Celia, just checking with you. Nothing further to add there?
No, nothing further to add.
Okay. I think, members, this is straightforward. We're familiar with the end of process. It's been well tested through that regulatory process. So we're now voting on 11A and B. Is there any comment? There being none, no questions, no comment. We'll go to the vote on 11A and B before us. All those in favour say aye.
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 To the contrary, say no. There. Somewhat unseen, Sanjay, but we know that you've been representing us well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now we'll go to 12. 12 is just a summary of the items that have been distributed to all the members, one of which is our comprehensive submission to the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply Bill. It's contained there. Haven't received any questions on this. So the motion is before us on the screen. I will move accordingly. Do I have a second, please?
I'll second, Mr. Chair. Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Cooper, thank you. And all those in favour say aye.
Chair. Sorry, I've got a comment. It's in the sidebar.
Okay, I've got 8 chairs from you, Councillor Henderson. Well done.
Actually. Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor. It's all good.
Thanks. You look, just briefly, before you put the vote, I'd like to record my vote to oppose our submission under Attachment D for the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Bill. I'll just briefly set it out because I've sort of said it all before. But I do believe in the collective responsibility principle that we operate under with these submissions. So I kind of don't vote against this lightly. But I have been consistent in my stance the whole way through, and I feel that I'd kind of lack integrity if I didn't vote against this. For two reasons. So firstly, in the previous motion of the committee to draft our submission, the motion was merely to appoint people to draft it. So it was reasonably silent on the actual content. And I asked during questions and was told my view would be incorporated into the submission, and that was the appropriate way to handle it. From there, I did input into the process and found that our final submission that came back was even further away from my view than the first draft. And the submission that was presented to select committee is the view of the council, which implicitly includes me. Now, I understand that because I understand the collective responsibility principle, but I'm kind of exercising today what I think might be my only option to vote against a submission that I disagree with completely and passionately. And just very briefly why. I'm quoting from the submission here, recognising that the NPSUD already requires intensification around key public transport routes, the Council submits that the MDRS provisions should not apply to the Auckland region, given the capacity and development already enabled. And that, to me, really summarises the tone and points in our submission that I find so objectionable. So talking about what's already happening and what's enabled, West Auckland has 1 rapid transit bus route. The central city has 15. And for that, Henderson Massey has taken the most growth in this entire city. This bill will enable more housing close to people's jobs, study and public transport. It'll help solve the housing crisis. It'll improve our carbon footprint by lowering transport emissions. And if we oppose that, which we are planning to do and we've already done, we are letting down young people and young families struggling to get on the ladder. We're arguing in favour of shunting our housing intensification into the suburbs, which is what we're doing now, locking people out of wealthier communities in the centre. We're letting down people that need a home. We as a council needed to make loud and clear that we support a compact city model, and we didn't, but I do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. No, fair enough. Can I just get clarity? You're actually recording your vote against all parts of the submission.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure the best way to sort of elegantly do that through item 12, Chair, so I'll kind of seek your guidance on that. I thought maybe voting against 12B, and that secretarial note's a good one, I think.
Okay, and look, just to be clear, there was delegated authority and the draft submission and the forward and the general direction was communicated with all the members. And you, Councillor Henderson, you definitely did respond and you responded in detail, and I really want to acknowledge your commitment to that. And not too many others did, though. And those that were delegated had to balance the really the direction of travel of the advice and what I'd heard and others had heard, and the feedback from members to that draft. So it is a reflection of the collective. I'm pretty confident, I'm very confident of that. And the Mayor and I conveyed that in our oral in support of the written. But thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Chair, if I could just respond quickly. I do appreciate that and I do understand that. And I'd just add really quickly, thanks for your work and the Mayor and the staff as well. Although we disagree on some of the substantive points, I do acknowledge the hard work and the thought that went into it. So thank you for that. I do understand.
And thank you for brokering a conversation with a minister on a Sunday night. On this particular matter. So thank you, Councillor Henderson. We'll record that as noted on the screen. It's moved and seconded. There's no further comment. We're talking about the receipt of this information. Okay, I've got Councillor Cooper first, please. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I respect my fellow councillors' right to vote against part of this submission. I do support this because though we absolutely need the housing and we're getting the housing, however, what I am really concerned about is removal of design standards. That is what is going to make the difference between density done well and rubbish that is not livable. And there's still that ability for qualifying matters, but I think make sure there is density closer in, which I hope there is, because the further out suburbs have had far too much development away from public transport. And I honestly don't have a lot of faith of us being listened to and having our views taken into account, even though there's been some pretty good articles supporting our submission in the media. But I think that we have to make our views heard. We have to push for good design, because that is the key to density done well and for people to have livable neighbourhoods. Because the way this bill is proposed at the moment, they will not be livable neighbourhoods. And I don't think I could stand by not supporting that submission because of that reason. Thank you. And thank you to our staff, because they actually work day and night and through the weekends to get this done.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. And Councillor Walker, please.
Submission, Mr. Chair. My only concern is that it doesn't go far enough. I certainly conveyed information to the process. It concerns me hugely that I think the impact of this bill will be a lack of affordability, because it will drive up the cost of land, because the cost of land is directly proportionate to the development potential of the land. It will lead to speculation. The special housing area legislation that had precisely the opposite effect. So it doesn't lead to affordability, and there could have been more information supplied on that. Secondly, in respect of reducing emissions, I believe it will have the opposite effect. It will encourage more slab construction, more concrete construction, more flat earth development, a huge loss of trees that we're already seeing now across Auckland, and I would suggest a loss of heritage and the carbon inherent in that heritage as well. So it paves the way for a different Auckland to what we have now, and an Auckland that is unlivable, ugly, not meeting our emissions, and increasingly more and more expensive for people to live in, Mr. Chair. So yes, I support the submission, but in my
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Thanks for the feedback, councillors, and just for your interest. I think the second reading of this bill is this Thursday. I'm pretty sure it is going up to the House for the second time on Thursday. Okay, I think we've canvassed that well. And I've also got a note from Councillor Ofeso Collins as well. And we say aye.
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 Contrary,
Aye.
no. Sorry, contrary, no.
Aye.
Declare that carried. Thank you. That draws us to item 13. Not too far from concluding the business. There's nothing under extraordinary, so we'll pass that. Before we close, members, it's been a long innings this year. We all know that COVID's well and truly got in the way. I do want to express, on behalf of the committee, real gratitude to the absolute commitment that our staff have put in. Now, this committee deals primarily with plans and places people and the strategy people, but it also support to Ikepanuku, a regulatory team. But I do know that, as Councillor Cooper just reminded us, a lot of our people have worked a number of weekends, particularly in the last 3 and 4 months. There's been some big bodies of work, water strategy that the strategy unit's been all consumed with, MPSUD, and then the drop-in medium density provisions that came to light unannounced, what is that, about 4 weeks ago. So, look, I as is, I'm sure, the whole of the committee, to the skill that we have within our organisation, the talent that is throughout the committee. I'm just very, very grateful. I know this has been stressful, not just due to COVID, but COVID combined with things that have required our teams to just drop tools and attend to government directives like the MPSUD, 3 waters, etc. So relaxed Christmas, New Year break. Hopefully you do get to a place of real relaxation, that you don't look at your council cell phone, that you don't look at your council laptop, and you forget about the politicians for a while and care about yourself and care about those that really mean family to you, whoever that might break, knowing that your mayor and councillors are totally appreciative of the enormous effort that you put in this last year in very trying conditions. So if I can express the mayor as well. Mayor Phil.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Look, I just want to echo your comments very briefly. You know, I know from working on a number of these things how hard staff are contributing, and you know, working through weekends, working late at night, not simply on this committee, actually right across the meeting of the Planning Committee, to acknowledge the Planning Committee staff. But I also want to acknowledge you, Mr. Chair, and the Deputy Chair, Josephine Bartley, for your contributions. You know, sometimes it's a bit of a thankless task being the chair, but I know that you do your work really conscientiously. You read your papers behind the scenes, and just to acknowledge your work, Councillor Bartley's work, and you know, too early to wish everybody Merry Christmas yet. We've got a thing called a budget proposal tomorrow, and I'm not feeling very Christmassy. Yeah, well done to everybody that has worked hard to get through the workload of this committee through 2021. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Mayor. And Chief of Strategy, I see, would like to say a word too.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Look, I just wanted to really briefly respond. I don't need a lot of time, but look, thank you very much just on behalf of the year. And look, we love the work that we do. We find it very challenging and stimulating, and sometimes are easier than others. But look, we do it because we care, and we really appreciate the direction, the knowledge you give, the interest you have, and that considered, the considered direction and our desire to give you frank advice and clear advice, and we appreciate you listening to that and giving that consideration in your decisions. So look, thank you. It has been a pleasure. It's been a big year, and I won't promise it'll be any less next year. There are big decisions you'll need to make, and again, we appreciate the opportunity to advise you on that, to see Auckland become a better city and region, and hopefully for everybody to be brought up as the city and the region grows and changes over time, hopefully for the better. So thanks so much again, just on behalf of the staff. Thanks.
Again, I think that concludes our meeting. I'll just check the sidebar. I think that concludes. Thank you all. And we will close this meeting of the Planning Committee, the final one for the year. And